What's going on, you good dunce? How are we? Figured some stuff out thanks to Orcrus last night after stream. So we've now got something that works. Yeah. Yeah. You want to see it? You want to see it? Let's move this stuff around there. Alright. Thanks for contributing, Gamer and Orcrus. How we doing, Woosa? Thanks for contributing too, Woosa. Much appreciated. Woosa, Orcrus, Dex also here. What's up, Dex? Thank you for contributing. How is that challenge going? 93%. 34,000 left. That's only 17 people contributing this stream. That's done. Well, actually, we'll go through it after the ad break. I need to wake up, so I'm gonna do a game of chess while we wait for this stuff to go past. Wait for people to roll in. Then we can get into this Raylib and Jolt physics stuff-a-majigs. Yeah. There's some visual issues now that I need to figure out. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm gonna leave you there because I've got you defending. So. Don't castle. Don't. Yes. Oh. Good. Oh, they didn't take either. Oh, they didn't take. Oh no. Oh no. I think this person needs coffee. Ah. Yeah. I think they need a coffee. And then push you there. And go here. And you take that, I take that. That's fine. Sweet. Block off your bishop. Now you take there, I check. Or if I move you out, I automatically check it. I did roll out of bed, Hadouken. I did. So I could go here and check, and then hope they go to one of those two, and then check and fork. If you take that, I can... Hmm. Everything's defending everything. This is good. This is a good morning. Damn. I say I can go there, attacking you, still have you defended. And now I can go here, and you're defended by 2. Now, we can go back here. Everything's still defended. Let me go there and check you. And then go down here. Oh shit, that's checkmate. Yep. Alright. So, order a coffee for this person. Exactly. Exactly. Order more coffee for me. More coffee for me. Alright, so what we have, I think I've already done make clean, yep. So to get this stuff printing out, like the error for that, what I needed to do, I skipped over part of it. So I skipped over this part because I was like, I'm not going to worry about that for now. That's important. Adding those 2 in got us that output Orchrus. So that's why that's important. And then this implementation up here, this thing here, we can do a bunch, like we can configure that to do whatever we want. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a if we go to here. Okay. Yeah, okay, so the assert failed is the only thing that we would override. Yep. Cool. G'day, Sammy. How you doing? Bilbo, thanks for contributing to the goal. Let's see if we can get that goal knocked out this morning. 30,000 left. Thank you, Sammy. Much appreciated. That's only 15 people contributing. I was sitting here waiting, but lost track of time working on something, and now I'm 8 minutes late. So late. So late. But adding that in gave me the trace that we were looking for, Orchrus. Now that we've got all that stuff figured out, I've been able to remove the using namespace JPH, which now allows me to use the colors from Raylib. And if I wanted to use a color from Jolt, I'd do like JPH. I assume like this has color there, and then like, you know, S red sort of thing, S dark red. You know, I'd be able to use those as their own thing because we no longer have conflicting color definitions. Colors in physics library. I think they've got it there for like their debugging. So like when you do like a debug draw or something, you can give like the debug lines and stuff colors. It's weird. It is weird, I will admit. I did not expect a physics library to have anything to do with rendering. But it does. So the issue we have now, I'm printing out the sphere position and the position after the physics update. So if we run a make and we run this, See how it's giving me this series of spheres, even though the sphere position is always down the bottom there. So I need to figure out why it's still, why it's got that drag on it. You don't clear background? I think I do. Don't I? No, apparently I deleted that line. Apparently I deleted the clear background. That'll be it. That'll be it. There we go. Alright, so it's dropping down, it's colliding with the ground, and it stays there. So, now, what we want to do, and give it some bounce. We want it to hit the ground and bounce up. Yeah. How do we do that? That is a great freaking question. Let's see. Friction and restitution. Both dimensionless numbers, usually in the range of 0 to 1, controls how much a body resists sliding against another surface. Controls how elastic bouncy a collision is. So we need to change the restitution. Okay. So up here, where we have our sphere, we've got our sphere settings. We go sphere settings, M restitution. So if we set this to like 0.4 and friction set to 0.8, now 280 stream streak. God damn, Sammy. God damn. Oh, I love it. I love it. Did you see that? And we'll also set we'll set some friction. That's box shape settings. This is what we want. So M friction, we'll set this to like 0.4 as well. This is looking good. I'm happy with this so far. Ah, love it. So now I want to, let's see. Nice, stream done. Stream over. Have a good one. Could you imagine? Like, well, Great to see you all for 20 minutes. Bye. Context, now I want to. What, break free? You should. You should break free. Let's see. All right. So now that we've got this, now that we've got it bouncing off the ground, I want it to like roll a little bit too. So how could we do that? Is there a angular velocity? So we want, if we want it to like roll forward a little bit or something. Let's see how well we understand this, shall we? Leaving early? Have a good one, Busar. Thanks for popping in and saying hi to us. It's moving. It's rolling. Now, it doesn't look like there's any dampening. It's a sphere, Sammy. There's just no light making it look like anything. Actually, that should be the next thing we do. We should add a light. Like a directional light or something to like see if we can get like a shadow. I like it. Game complete. Let's deploy it to Steam. Gonna make an entire game this way. This sounds like huge amounts of pain. I don't think I'm gonna do that yet. So one of my games, I'm going to, like my side project, I'm going to continue with Godot for that. I'm waiting to see it like fall off an edge or something. What I'm going to do, once we've got this kind of like with a light in it and stuff like that, and have like two balls like bounce off each other sort of thing, then I'll probably start looking at, what engine I want to make my next main game in. The puzzle game. And then I'll make my next main game in that. And I'll make my side project in Godot. Maybe I decide Godot is what I use for my next main game as well. I don't know. I want to tinker and see what else there is and stuff like that. Maybe see how Unreal Engine is on Linux again. See if that's worth using. And then once a week, I want to do some work on this stuff. Like just setting up systems and things like that. So like a job system that handles stuff. Because if you have a look at, what was it? If you have a look in here, they're like this here. We need a job system that will execute physics jobs on multiple threads. Typically, you would implement the job system interface yourself and let Jolt physics run on top of your own job scheduler. Job system thread pool is an example implementation. So I would look at the job system thread pool and I'd like understand how that works and like kind of make my own sort of thing. But I think trying to make a game in this is going to be very difficult for the time being. So I will continue tinkering with this and learning about this and stuff like that. And kind of set up a basic project that has all the things you need for making a game. And then once I'm at that point and I've done the other games in whatever engine I choose to use, then we can actually make a game with it. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be really, really good. Question about the 24-hour stream, y'all. When do you want me to do it? When do you want me to do this 24-hour stream? Because if we, like, what I can do is if we hit the goal today, thank you for contributing, Jersey, much appreciated. Tonight, well, no. If we hit the goal today, like, if I'm going to do a 24-hour stream, I'm going to need at least half a day to prep. So if we hit the goal today, I can take off tomorrow, get organized, and then do Saturday through to Sunday. And then take the rest of Sunday off. Or, because if I do that, that's my Saturday, which would be your Friday. So you'd probably want it to be my Sunday or Monday. So what I could do is I could take Saturday off. Make sure I've got a good night's sleep and stuff like that. Make sure I'm actually at a point where I can do a 24-hour stream. And then I can do it this Sunday, the 28th. Yeah. Your Sunday sounds good to me? Sweet. It's locked in then. Probably do it this Sunday. And that's gonna be mostly 3D modeling. Gonna be like trying to get a Dr. Roxo body modeled and sculpted and modeled and such, so that we can use it for our virtual body. Yeah. Gonna be good shit. Alright. What we can do now, go. Raylib. Where is draw square? A draw cube. That's why. Draw cube. Center position is going to be 0.0, negative 0.5, 0.0. All of this is going to be F for float. Width and height. So width, I think we can go 10. Height, we can go 1. Length, we can also go 10. Because we have a look here, we've got the grid being drawn as 10. And then this is the color, which we can go Ray White. Ray White real estate. That's probably only an Australian thing too. Now also, is there anything... There's got to be something for a color, for like a light. Loading shaders and such. I guess it would be a shader. I guess the light would be a shader. Right? That sounds correct. I would say thank you for coloring me in, Jersey, but we all know that that's a lie. Okay. Light info. Is the light slot active? Does the light need to be updated? Is the light in a valid position? Light position, alpha mask for the light distance. For the distance the light touches. Hashed rectangle of the light bounds. Okay. Okay. Shadow geometry. We've got light info, light max light. Move light, compute shadow volume for edge. This is all static stuff. Then I assume we implement those. Yep, we implement them down here. My goodness, there is a lot that goes into setting up a light. Gar, thanks for contributing. 14 more people to go. I think. Is that right? $30... 27,000. No. Yeah. Yeah, 14 more people. That's right. I don't know why I thought double 14 was 38. Jesus Christ. Brain clearly not braining. What up, boy? What is this for? This is just for us to learn what goes into this type of thing. And we're going to, over time, build systems and stuff to basically allow us to create a game using this stuff. So, like, all of this light stuff, I'd probably want to create, like, a... Like, you'd create, like, a omnidirectional light, or, like, you'd create, like, a sun class. And that sun class would have a bunch of details and stuff in it. And it would be, you know, you'd have, like, your light class as the base. Your sun would inherit that. Your omni-light would inherit that. Your spotlight would inherit that. All that type of stuff. And then you'd set up, like, these functions here would be a specific implementation for each of those. Like updating a sun or a directional light would be different to updating a spotlight, for example. Yeah. That would be for that. What if I wanted to create a sun? Because, like, the only way these get perspective, like, the only way these get perspective is by the grid slicing through the middle of the cube, or by the other objects behind it. 135k hot sauce. God damn it. God damn you, Gar. Oh, sorry, that's not Gar, that's Hilden. God damn you, Hilden. What up, Cocorico? How you doing? Alright, so today we want to get a light implemented. This feels like it'd be a good directional light. Finally more than 5k. Yep. Alright. I'm gonna have to go get that out of the fridge. 135k is like spicy ketchup. It's da bomb hot sauce. Yeah. Programming? We are. Where's your body? I only have that for the evening streams at the moment. Just because it takes a bit of time to like get it all set up and stuff. And when I wake up in the morning, I ain't happening. That will change soon, though. That will change soon. I just need to figure out how to like stop the rotation that happens. Yeah. But I do have to go get this. I do have to go get this hot sauce, which means I'm going to get a hot sauce. I'm probably going to get my second coffee now as well, so I don't have to worry about doing that later. Right? More knowledge to dominate the world? Exactly. But yeah, the goal of today... is adding lights. I'm just going to update some other stuff here. There we are. And pop into here, and I need to update the YouTube. The Ooty Oobs. Alright, there we go. Have you ever experimented with making horror games for the browser? I spent 2 years building a psychological horror game that runs entirely on a website. I've never done that. I've never made a horror game. I want to make a horror game at some point in the future, but to make a horror game that's truly horror is difficult because it can't just be jump scares. Yeah. Jump scares are not horror. Okay. And I don't want to just you just need good jump scares. No. See, to me, a jump scare isn't horror. It's just like, it's unexpected. But you don't feel terrified afterwards. Like, you don't feel scared afterwards. Afterwards, you're just kind of like, oh. Yeah. I want something that, like, actually slightly unnerves you. Something that makes you feel a little bit uncomfortable when you play it. That is true horror. Something that can make you feel like that. Yeah. My game is so scary that it only works at night. It only works when the lights are out. Needless to say, it had nothing to do with spicy. I once bought spicy ketchup. At home, I checked it. Read that it contains cayenne pepper or Cajun pepper. The last ingredient list was chili extract. The bomb. The same one they used on Hot Ones? Yes, the same one. I do need to go get that though. So, I'm going to give you words while I go get the hot sauce and make myself another coffee. Okay. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes once I have this coffee. All right. Random, g'day, how you doing? There's the first word for you. Apparently not. Apparently. Oh, there's no L. That's why. Jesus Christ. All right. I will BRB. All right. See you soon. Oh, Sammy holding it up. What's everyone doing? Jeez. I can't, unfortunately, Rico, that doesn't work for Kick. For some reason, I don't know why, Words on Stream only allows you to select one platform at a time. So, yeah. It's an odd decision. I haven't been able to figure out how to do it for multiple platforms. Sad, Sammy is sad, yeah. Just search Basketball Games for Lie. Check it out. Let's see. That's going to still be too much, but I'll suck it up. Oh, bottle in one go? God, no. God, no. I guess thank you, Hilden. Oh. Whew. Oh, that's hot. Oh my god. Now. Ow. 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 God damn it. Fair enough, Cam. Ow. Oh, hot. Hot. So, Cam, tell me. How much money are you losing on Scotland this morning? Got money on Brazil? Come on, Scotland, please win. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh Christ, that's so spicy. Lost money on the England game because it was a draw. Silly. Ow. So hang on. Examples. Shaders. Find in Raylib. What's everyone think about the GTA 6 pricing? $80 for the base game, $100 for the premium version, and the $80 game doesn't give you all of the content on day one. So I'm not gonna buy it either. So the problem isn't if I'm gonna buy it or not, Orcrus. It's now that they've done this for Grand Theft Auto 6. What are all the other AAA companies going to do with their pricing now? They're gonna raise the prices. So if you have a look, the Ultimate Edition, where are we? You get this vehicle. You get this. Some revolvers. personalized variants, all this kind of stuff. Vice City style. Jason's safe house vehicles. You get a boat. Tattoo shop. Game compound. Special commission. It's like... been at my job for 10 months now. God damn. What up, Fligma? How you doing? They should have named the Ultimate into the regular edition and the regular non-Ultimate into Plebeian edition. Pre-order bonus includes outfits and hairstyles, gun skins, 1 month of GTA Plus. Ultimate Edition includes all this stuff. Jesus Christ. A good store. Yeah, $79.99, $99.99. Wait, what's GTA Plus? Something stupid. Let's see. Southside Vice City's loudest and most socially active gangs have a compound that Ultimate Edition owners can exclusively raid. Grab some special items and distinct contraband here. So that's only available in the Ultimate Edition. So you don't get access to the entire game for $80. You have to pay $100 to get access to the entire game. If it's not on PC, then I don't really care about GTA 6. Oh yeah, same here. I don't care about GTA 6. I care about the pricing because this is going to influence the pricing of other games. That's my issue. That's my concern. Pre-orders will also receive a free month of GTA Plus, which adds $500,000 to your bank balance and gives access to a selection of classic Rockstar titles via the GTA Plus games library. Right. So it gives you access to... So GTA Plus is basically a way of going, hey, pay for this subscription service so that you can access all of our past games as well, instead of just buying the past games. Yeah, I hate how monetized games have become. Nintendo opened this can of worms because people are paying it. Yeah. Remember we could just buy a game and own it and be able to make it back up? Yeah. Yeah. That's the other thing. The physical edition that you can buy in store that comes with like the case and everything doesn't have a CD in it. There's no CD. It's literally just a case that has a license key in it. And that allows you to download the game digitally. No, it's insane. Yeah. Yeah, no shit. No shit, it's insane. Yeah, it's ridiculous. The arrow keys to rotate the light. Fair enough. Okay, so in their defense, the game's probably huge and would take a number of Blu-rays for the installer. So, who asked them to do that? I'm still salty they pulled San Andreas from stores to sell the definitive edition. And it was worse by almost every measure. Yeah. I bought separate official New World case from Amazon so I could get the physical map for the game. It's like Game Maps post. Game Maps as posters. That's fair. Rip New World. Morrowind map was epic. That's true. Morrowind map is still the best map ever. How do I verify in the Stoat, by the way? It's been locked in the verify. So you should just need to go into the verify channel. And you should just need to click the verify. Like click the heart thing. And that should give you verified role. You reckon it didn't? Unclick it and unclick it and react again. See if it updates. There you go. You're out of it now. They probably do not have game ready for disc printing. It'll be so full of bugs that will be fixed in coming weeks after release. They don't want the discs to be a thing. I mean, I'm not concerned about why they've chosen to do this, because just because you have the initial base version on a disc doesn't mean they can't do subsequent patches to that version through digital patches and stuff like that. Yeah. So I don't see that as a reason, because there's games out there that still get put out on CD and they have patches deployed after release. So looking at you, Cyberpunk. Yeah. Wish they'd go back to flash cartridges so much better. Let's look at basic lighting. Yeah. Are you noticing? Look at this. Look at how that image there looks. Look at how that image looks. That's nothing how it looks there. Getting waste bug fixes for only $10. Alright, we got ads. Let's try words again. Okay. Try it while we wait. Pixel. Exploits. Pilot, nice. Hole. Expo. No idea. We at least got through it though. That's more than what we got previously. Oh, toil. TOIL. Of course, we could have gotten that. Damn it. All right. So we need to add lighting. We need to add some basic lighting. So the problem here I don't know where this resources VS and FS stuff is. Yeah. Because in shaders, there's this stuff. Now if we go resources. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Here we are. GOSL, I think we're at 430. Okay, so 3:30 is where we have like the ray marching and stuff like that. Okay. Okay. So that's where we can get that. So what I'm going to do... Make directory source. Resources. Copy. If we take the ray marching, I reckon. Resource? What? Resource? Resource sounds horrible. Is it made of... Actually, is that sauce made of Reese's Pieces? Like a chocolate peanut satay sauce? Ooh, that could be a good dessert sauce. I like the sound of that. I do like the sound of that. Create light point. Let's look at this one again. So when it creates the light... This doesn't even create the light. Okay. So let's copy that into here. What we can do... shader. Text formats, resources, shaders, ray marching, FS. Why can't I... So I can't scroll up because this is in the way. Gonna delete that. No. There we go. God damn it. God damn it. I can only see it if I have it, if I have the window smaller. I don't need that. I don't need that. Let's do that. Um, Fun fact, the artificial sweetener sucralose is just sugar with 3 of the hydroxyl groups replaced with chloro groups. Fair enough. LMR, thank you for combing the beard. About time we started taking care of the beard again. 7 min, Brazil already winning. Brazil was winning as soon as that was announced that they would be playing Scotland. As soon as they were put in a group with Scotland, it was like, yeah, no, Brazil's winning that match. Who's Haiti up against? Morocco? Yeah, no, they're not going to win. Need to trim my beard soon? No, you don't. Life like that I introduced her to very healthy dessert from my youth. Chocolate balls made by mixing oat flakes, butter, cocoa drinking powder, a little bit of vanilla sugar, and salt and splash of water or milk. We don't need to know what goes on in your bedroom, Hilden. Maybe held together by the fact that butter is solid in room temperature. So then Scotland is still in for one more game. Can store the dessert in the freezer. Nice. Alright, let me bring this up so that I can watch Scotland get humiliated in real time. Josh. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Resolution 2. It's gonna be screen width, screen height, set shader value, shader, resolution lock, get shader location, shader resolution. And this one here we go, resolution. And this one is shader uniform vec 3, I would assume. Oh no, vec 2. Of course, it's a shader, it's happening in, yeah. Yep. Alright, so we do that. Set shader required uniform values. I don't think I need to do any of that. We can do is
Cam may be sleeping in his car in the near future.
Because you keep betting money and losing it? If is window resized? Resolution 0. Float. Screen height. My cat is still drowsy and won't eat. I feel so horrible about getting him fixed now.
Number 10. Paraguay. Cover his mouth. Decision is red card.
Mm-hmm. So that is just uniform back 2 again.
Haiti should not have scored.
Wait, is Haiti playing now?
Pink.
They are! Oh my god! So Haiti might win. Oh. Demon pink. Ew. Of course this is a demon's color. Jesus. Makes so much sense now. Begin shader mode. Okay, so in here I can go begin shader mode, shader. End shader mode. Then deinitialization.
Pink, pink, pink.
Gotta go sleep. Enjoy your sleep there, Jersey. That has given us light. That has given us light. Now I just need shadows. I think it's given us light anyway. Why is this missing some bits? If I comment that out. No, that has not actually done shit. Okay. So. Maybe we do need this. Ow. So, view eye lock, get shader location, view eye, view center lock, get shader location, view center, runtime lock, get shader location, shader, runtime, Then we update the shader values. So we want to update the camera first. Camera first person. And camera pause. So that's just going to be camera position X. Camera position Y, camera position Z. And camera target 3. Camera target Y, camera target Z. So with those, I can also... Yep. So instead of storing delta time in a float, I could just do runtime plus equal get frame time. And then we start updating. We start setting the shader values for shader. View I lock. The value is camera pause. And that's going to be shader uniform vec3. And set shader value. That'll be view center lock. And let's be camera target. Uniform vec3. Set shader value. Shader. Runtime lock. Reference runtime. Shader. Uniform. Float. I've got to have a reference update camera. Duh. And why is this saying that runtime doesn't exist? Because I've got to create up here. Okay. Now let's see what we have. But mods can never sleep. This is true. This is true. Okay, so there's still no shadows. So I wonder if there's something missing. Materials and stuff. Because that's just drawing the rectangle. So what's happening here? Brazil are 2 up. I do like how Scotland is, or how Brazil is celebrating. Brazil's like, yeah, we got a goal. And how all of the fans are cheering and they're like, yeah, go Brazil, you're awesome. Instead of everyone just being like, yep. Yep, that's exactly what we expected. So, why... We've got the begin shader mode. We're drawing the sphere and the cube. This draws the rectangle. We only draw a white full screen rectangle. Frame is generated in shader using ray marching. Oh! Oh, right. Right. Why do that? Why do that when we can just go resolution 0, resolution 1? Brazil is being controlled, and results and athletes in general being manipulated by the system. I mean, sounds like a conspiracy right there. Whoa. So notice how nothing's being displayed. I'm assuming... Ray White... So there is no... Hang on. This isn't doing anything. Failed to open text file. So it failed to open that. And I think that's because if I move resources to here, what happens if we run that? Nothing. It does say that it loaded it successfully this time. So it did successfully load the shader this time, but it's still not displaying anything based on this. Why? Why would that not be happening? Why? Why does it not work? How we doing, Ray? Clear background. Begin shader mode. So I wonder if it's because of this. Okay, there it is. So it's because I had it inside Build 3D. Okay, so that's ray marching stuff. So that's not really lighting for our thing. Once I become a dictator, it shall be made so conspiracy theory 1 and 2 mandatory school subjects. And one can choose to study conspiracy practice in later classes, and one must do successful conspiracy and write paper about it that gaslights people into thinking it's just a conspiracy theory. Why? Why would you do that? Thank you for contributing. 95% complete. Come on. There's 14,000 left. That's 7 people contributing 2,000 points. 7 people contributing 2,000 points. I'm doing well, Ray. Thank you for asking. How are we doing, Miskatonic? Because conspiracy theory sounds like a proper school subject. The theory of conspiracies. Alright, so we know how to do that ray marching one. If we have a look at... Where are we? Because if I want to create a point light, I guess we can go with this one. Create a point light. Lights implementation. Okay. So we need some math and whatnot imported now. Include ray math and define R lights implementation. Include. There is no R lights. What do you mean? What is this R lights? What's this R lights header? We haven't caught you streaming in a while. Has game progressing? So Bobble Shop Sim, I've just got some 3D modeling and some artwork stuff to do, so that we've got achievements and custom poses for each of the bobbleheads when they're put on stands and stuff. We're releasing July 24th as well, so I'm doing that artwork and modeling stuff off stream. And now I'm tinkering with Raylib and Jolt to see if we can get a environment that's got a light and have shadows being cast and stuff, and we've already got some physics going on. So, well, actually, let's make, then, actually, I'll clean it up a bit. And we've got a sphere that drops down, hits the ground, and rolls to the side. So now I'm just trying to get a light set up so that we have shadows. And then once we've got that done, I'm going to start working on the next main project. But I'm not going to do that with Raylib and Jolt. We'll probably tinker with Raylib and Jolt once a week. Just to set up our own systems and stuff like that. And get it to a point where we could create a game with those two together. And in the meantime, we'll continue to use like an engine for our other games. So I've got a side project game that I want to do, which will be a multiplayer game. I'll probably do that one in Godot. And then I've got another game that I want to make that I want to try, like one of my main games that I want to make, but I want to try and make that in something other than Godot, so I can broaden my knowledge. So whether that's like an Unreal Engine or an O3DE or a Unity or something like that, I don't know. But we'll find out. We'll tinker and we'll see what happens. Thank you for the hot sauce, Hilden. There is no R lights. So if there's no R lights, I don't think we're going to be doing this. Basic PBR. It's not feasible to note that it's feasible to implement it with Raylib. So this is doing the same thing, where it's taking the R lights implementation. Let's check. Let's check. If I go... I'm going to get rid of this stuff. And what we'll do... I'm pretty sure if I try to do like a create light, it's going to go, huh? hell is that? What's a light? Yeah, see? There's nothing. Alright. So. How can we have a light? I don't think we can without some complicated stuff. We gotta set up a shader. I'm assuming we would also need a PBR. Oh, damn! What up, Bash Bunny? G'day, you gidunts. What up, Symbol? What up, Raken? How are we this fine day? What'd you get up to? That's a ton of people, too. Hello, persons of the internet. Hello, other persons of the internet. How we doing, Bass? How we doing, tall guy? Welcome in. I'm getting in over my head at the moment with all this Raylib and Jolt physics stuff, so welcome. Timing of my arrival is kind of funny, just a little bit simple, just a little bit. Topic sounds super cool. I am going a little bit insane. So, yeah. Look forward to seeing you struggle. There's going to be plenty of that. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Stream setup is top notch. Well, you should see me when I have my motion tracking equipped and I have the body moving around with me. Yeah.
Go Razmataz. Go Razmataz.
And you lost. Lost all your money. Now you said it, that body was rather static. Yeah. Yeah. I've got some slime VR trackers over there that give me motion. And it works mostly apart from the drift, which does my head in. So but yeah, this is what we're trying to do. We do have something. So for example, let's just remake it here. So we do have this. So we've got a ball that collides with the ground and it has some angular velocity, so it starts to roll and whatnot. The problem is it looks very flat. It looks 2D. So I need to add some lighting to it. But I have no idea how to add lighting to Raylib. Do I want to request how well monocular RGB mocap works these days? Like MediaPipe and all that jazz? Are you into that field? Not at the moment. Maybe in a couple... Maybe in like 5 years. But yeah, this is... Why is it doing that still? Yeah. Let's go to a make clean. Get rid of that. I shall follow until then. Okay, so if I never do it, you will stay forever followed. I can do that. I'm more than happy to do that. Wearing a green screen shirt? No, I'm a floating head and hands. I'm a floating head and hands. I had surgery and now this is all there is of me. State-of-the-art technology right here. Like Raymond. Raymond wishes. Raymond's a bedunt. Oh, also, for everyone that follows, you are now a gedunt. And if you don't know what a gedunt is, obviously you know g'day is good day. You can probably figure out what gedunt is. We can rebuild him. We have technology. They already have. I just don't have the mech suit equipped at the moment. Yeah. Is that like an Aussie thing? I mean, yeah, sure. Sure thing. The reason, like, in Australia, we don't say gedunt. We just say the C word. But the problem with things like YouTube and Twitch, they don't like the C word. So we say gedunt here to indicate that you are a good see you next Tuesday. And we say bedunt to indicate that you're a bad one. So that's all there is to it. Yeah. Much appreciate all the follows too. But yeah, Bunny, like, what were you working on? Give us the details. Where are we? Make sure I didn't miss it. And also, if you need to go do stuff because you finished your stream, go for it. Go for gold. What up, Ghibli? How you doing? I think now I caught you, Drifter. If we ever meet in person, I shall tell you the German equivalent to your gedunt is. Tell me now. Tell me now. I've learned the smallest bit of German, so vibing and fighting with WordPress. Ugh, WordPress. WordPress is worse than React. And React is pretty goddamn horrible. Second year. Yeah, I think everyone does. It was the worst thing ever. Oh, of course, because we've got this. If I turn that off, let's just make. All right, so we've got our ball here that collides with the ground and it rolls off to the left. Okay, but it just looks 2D because there's no light. There's nothing contrasting it. You know? WordPress is worse than AI-generated website without good guidance. I mean, that's because they have like 5 templates, and each of them have like small tweaks to it to make it look unique. But you can tell, like, when you come across a website, you're like, yeah, it's a WordPress website. Is WordPress bad in and of itself, or only transitively because it's written in PHP? Can it be both? Personally, I just don't like WordPress. All right. Totally, not mutually exclusive. Yep. Let's go with that then. Okay. Goodwhite.h. Okay. I see what they're doing. So if we get this, we go, we've got to make sure that we only define Raylib once. And then we have a type def. So we're creating the structure of our light. Alright, thank you for the follows. Much appreciated. Imagine a website built in Bash. I mean, technically, isn't that technically what terminal.shop is? And then like you can SSH terminal.shot, and then you can like make your orders. You can like buy your coffee through the terminal. So like set up your terminal to do it. Yeah. Also, I think Emacs. Yeah, maybe. I think Emacs would just be for rendering it though. Check out NB. It's a note-taking app with integrated web server written in Bash. So that's the thing. Like a web server written in Bash, sure, but I think they're saying the website itself being built in Bash. So you have Bash that's like generating, like Bash is generating like the HTML and stuff like that. Server side, I imagine, and that generated stuff gets sent back to the client to render. That's probably the only way I can think of it happening. A friend and I built a database system written in Bash, of course using grep, awk, and netcat. It's possible, but the README clearly states not to use it in prod. It displays a UI website in Bash. Yeah. I mean, the whole website itself built in Bash, pure Bash. So you could do that, but what you would have to do is have a browser that interprets the Bash code and renders appropriately. Because a regular browser would just do HTML, CSS, JavaScript, that type of stuff. I think. And thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Fantastic, Gedunts. Let's see, what was I doing? So we have the position, we have the direction. Direction, not dictionary. There's going to be a lot of times where you look at what I've done and think, what the hell is that? If you see that, just correct me because I guarantee you it's incorrect. Text browser based like links. Like Astro does with MD files. Sounds like a pretty similar idea. I mean, yeah, yeah. Directionary. I mean, a light does have something directionary about it. Type def requires a name. Actually. That's what we want. That's how you do it. Not this way. This way's silly. You got to put it down here. Come on. See, I understand basic C++. Not well, but... Alright, so we've got our... we've got all of our Jolt stuff set up and configured. We've got our light set up. Our knit camera. I don't need to worry about that. I don't care how clean this code looks either at the moment. I'm literally just doing it to see what goes into having something rendering with Raylib and Jolt and physics. So, because here's my approach. Tell me if this sounds insane to anyone. I'm going to once a week do this Raylib Jolt stuff where I create systems and whatnot to get to a point where I can make a game with it. And the rest of the time, I'm going to be making my next game, because we've got a pin up there for Bobble Shop Simulator, which is releasing July 24th. My next game, I need to figure out which engine I want to use to make that, preferably something C++, so that the C++ knowledge carries over to this stuff. And then we make that game, get that released, and by the time that's released, we have all of the systems and stuff set up for this, so the game after that can be made with Raylib and Jolt. Is that insane? Have I lost my mind? Yes? Okay, cool. Cool. Let's keep going then. I'm okay with that. Everything is okay. But I feel that. Keep going. Yep. I've written a game engine in C++ 10 years ago, and the most valuable insight I can share is this. You can either make games, or you can make tech to make games. Both is a job for more than 3 people. So yes, I go with insane. But embedding Lua in it was fun. Lost it? Did you ever have it? That's true. That's true. Can't lose what you never had. Yep. So... Actals and... Is it bass or bass? I'm thinking it's bass. 8,000 bass. As in, like, the type of fish. Is that right? Building a meta microverse building system, plus a tool like Ansible, and running a day-to-day business. Ugh. But yeah, like, that's why I only want to do this once a day. Yeah. In German, it would be that fist pronunciation, but bass is also just fine. Okay, cool. Cool. But yeah, that's why I only want to do this, like, once a day. So, like, I'm not building the rendering side of things. I'm not building the physics side of things. I'm just using 2 things that have already been made, Raylib and Jolt, and connecting them together, like doing the glue. So I feel like that's more achievable than writing everything myself. Yeah. Yeah. Light stuff. But Godot. So I am going to be making a side project in Godot still. Primarily because I want my side project to be multiplayer. And that... Like, I already understand Godot, so I just need to learn the multiplayer side of it. And then the other main game I'll do, like, in another engine, and I can learn that other engine while I make it. I'm actually doing everything by hand. I need to use LLMs to proceed fast. I'm kind of I'm referencing examples. I'm referencing examples and understanding what part does what, so that I can, so that I don't need to worry about LLMs and stuff like that. So we started this last night. We've already put 5 hours into this. So yeah, we've put 7 hours now because it's 9 a.m. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I don't know what it is, but something about just doing the coding and not worrying about an editor and stuff like that is entertaining. It's fun. It's enjoyable. I feel like the editor takes away some of the fun parts. Yeah. But, you know. Light position. Let's do is... Oh, we've got ads coming in. So I am going to take a pause for the ads. We're going to put words on stream up, okay, while the ads play. And then after the ads, we keep going. So no one misses out on any of the insanity that I do. Yeah. I'm also still getting used to NeoVim, so if I'm doing things slowly, that's why. Have you considered using ChatGPT? Seems a lot easier than thinking. It is a lot easier than thinking. It also turns you into a... How to put this nicely? It turns you into the dumb. Yeah. All right, ads in play. I'll give you these. I need to BRB for a moment. When I get back, we'll continue with the light implementation. Burb. Alright, I'm back. Also, how we doing, Crimson and Max? How are yous over there on the YouTubers? Nah, we don't need to worry about that. Alright. Okay. Let's finish setting up this light, shall we? Do I want it to be 0.1? We'll find out. We will find out. So then we set up the shader. So shader setup. We need to load. Okay, so I need to copy those shaders over, actually. So under Raylib source. Or is it under... That's under source. External. GOFW. No. That's none of that. Where was it? Raylib examples shaders, okay. Vertex basic. GLSL. So this stuff obviously doesn't come with... Okay, cool. They provide the shaders here. Sweet. Resources. Shaders. Vertex. Basic. POSL. Alright, so this here is a very simple shader that just, okay, so I'll just calculate some basic details. If I just pop that in here, I'm not worried about learning shader code at the moment. I already understand a little bit of it. Like this is setting up the fragment data and colors and whatnot. And then there's also the fragment basic. Okay. The tint pass when drawing. Okay. So when we set up the shader, we need shader. You missed the word, Sammy. No one guessed anything, so it's your fault that we lost. Alright, so we've got you. Don't worry, we won't miss the... game duel. Alright. Being interrupted for a game duel. I think we've... Oh, we haven't done these ones. Okay. So what game is this? What's this the cover art for? That looks like it's gonna be Stalker. Oh, it's not. Okay. Is that Tarkov? Nope. This feels like an older game. This feels like a Medal of Honor type thing. No? Jesus Christ. Modern Warfare 2? Nah. What the hell? It's not a Medal of Honor. It's not a Call of Duty. Armor! Yep, that's going to be like an Armor 2 or something. Yep. Yep, very nice. Very nice. This one, okay, so we've got an arm coming off. We've got a shotgun there. I got no clue what this is. Okay, you're getting absolutely annihilated. I have not seen this before, so that's definitely a zombie. Is this? No, it's not Duke Nukem. With Juarez? No. It's like a Western. It feels like a Western type thing. Definitely not Zombies Ate My Neighbor. No, definitely not. It's got to be a zombies game though, right? Oh my god. Nah, I don't think it's Arizona. I got no idea what this artwork is for. Hunt Showdown 1896. No, Weird West. Yeah, never guessing that. Never guessing that. Whose leg is this? Is this a Dante? That was easy. Easy as shit. Okay, keywords. Made, anime, pixel art, taxidermy. What? What weird ass game is this? Pokemon XYZ. Pet rabbit, mad scientists, human dolls, sociopathy. This feels like it. This feels like it's going very hard towards like the R-rated type of games. What up, Deadshot? Please tell me Port Adelaide is beating the Crows. Let's see. Let's see. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Port Adelaide are not beating the Crows. No. Port Adelaide lost to Collingwood. And Collingwood can't even beat the Crows. So... Port Adelaide's got no hope. They're like fourth from the bottom of the ladder, Deadshot. Absolutely hopeless. I have no idea what this is. Is it like Maid Cafe or something? Maid of Skur? Mansion Curse, Vengeful Ghost, Mansion Setting, Walking Corpses. Welcome to Zomburbia? I don't know. Gem Collectibles, Horror Adventure, Multiple Endings, Northern Germany. I don't know. This is weird. Mad Father. Mad Father, there you go. Whatever that is. I've never heard of that game before. Alright, last thing. And then we're back on to adding the lighting into our Raylib. Okay, so... not third person, has single player and something else. So we can try something like Don't Starve. Well, actually, we can add like a... No, it's not a Project Zomboid or a Don't Starve. It's got a multiplayer. It could be... Bioshock 3. Okay, it's not... It is a shooter. It's not first person or third person. Not a shooter, not third person or first person. Not Unreal Engine, so it's not a Spider-Man. 2014 to 2017. We could try... No, it wouldn't be a Dishonored. Not first person. It's got to be like an isometric or side view. Single player and multiplayer co-op. It does have side view and it is a shooter. Is this going to be neon white? No. Good. It's Unity as well. Okay, so it's 2017. Unity. Side view. Probably side view isometric as well. Fantasy. I have no idea what this could be. Could it be side view rhythm, maybe? I don't know, let's just guess a 2017 game. What game came out in 2017? Doki Doki came out in 2017. Alright. Get our clue now. It's an action fantasy comedy shooter sci-fi made in Unity. What's that pixel game where each pixel has its own physics? You're thinking of Noita, but that was not made in Unity. That was made in its own physics engine called Everything Falls. It was Noita? Yeah. Noita's a fun game. I really like Noita. Comedy Unity makes me think of Cupheads. Oh, shit. Nicely done. Well done, Mike and Hill. Well done. Because, yeah, it's a side view shooter, and then when you're navigating the map, it's isometric. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Okay, so resources, shaders. We do vertex, basic, GLSL. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to add another one, which is resources, shaders, fragments, basic, GLSL. Also, we can get rid of that. Don't need that. So now we've got our shader loaded. Get shader location for shader. We want the light pos. Set shader value. Shader index. Where are you getting index from? Yeah, so we have shader. We have the value. We have the type. And it's got to be that. It's got to be this one. I don't see where index is. I don't know what's happening with that. Yes, that's the other thing we need to do. We need to set up. We need to set up a material as well. Ever seen this Mecha Chameleon game everyone's playing? I have seen it, and some of the things I've seen in that game are insane. Others are kind of like, how did you not see that? Like, I've seen some of Queso's ones where he'll like half paint his legs and no one will see him. And it's like, honestly, like, really? Like, there was one where he was just like curled up on top of towels. And he had like some lines drawn on him. And no one saw him. It's like, are you really? Like, No one saw you just like curled up in a ball. No one looked at that and went, that's a person. Jeez. Makes you think. Makes you think. I think that's supposed to be lock. I think that's supposed to be lock, and they've done an incorrect thing there. Because then we update lock here, but we never use the original lock value. Yeah. Buying it next week. I want to get a group to play it. Jeez. It would be interesting. I need to update the lock first, actually. Get shader location. Light direction. Then we set the shader value for shader lock light direction shader uniform vec3. Get shader location, shader ambient color. Okay. Set the shader value. It's not going to be light color, is it? It is light color. Okay. And that's just going to be a float. It's that one there. And then we're going to do get shader location for shader and ambient strength. And we have the set shader value, which we shader lock. We have the light strength. And this is shader uniform float again. Oh yeah, light color is a vec3, duh. So once we set all that up, obviously we don't have a model. We just have a cube that we're drawing, and we give it a color. So is there a way that I can create a cube and give it a material? So we could generate a mesh cube and then use that in the draw mesh. Okay, let's do that. Cube mesh will be gen mesh cube. And then this will have as 1, 1, 1. And what about the transform? Actually, you know what? You want to be sphere mesh. Is there a draw mesh sphere? There is a draw mesh sphere. Needs a radius, rings, and slices. Radius can be 0.5. Slices and rings. Let's go 8 slices. And we'll go 24 rings, just to keep it simple. And then we do the draw mesh down here. Go. We've already got the sphere position that's been set up, so we can use the sphere position. These matches have me sweating. Why? Brazil's winning. You have money on Brazil. Or it's the fact that my flat is 30 degrees Celsius. Psh, that's winter weather. That's winter weather. Morocco versus Haiti. How is that going? Just 2-2. And you've got money on Haiti to win or Morocco to win? Don't gamble, people. Cam is learning that the hard way. You've got money on Morocco, and you also need Haiti to lose, so Scotland has one more match. Haiti has a team? Yeah. It's true. True, they do have a team. Big deal. It's meant to be a shit team. Then they're in the correct group with Scotland, if that's the case. And there's a third goal to Brazil. Just to emphasize my point right there. Material. Material loading and unloading. But what if I don't want to load or unload? What if I want to create a material? Can I just go... Okay, so in here we can go shader. Material map. Okay. Texture, color, float. So if I don't give it anything, or if we go null pointer red 1.0, I don't know. I had no idea. Sphere map. And that's got to be a reference to it, doesn't it? And then this is the transform. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic gedunts all around today. The other day I learned the biggest rivalry in football history in Australia. Some blue team versus maroon team. Oh yeah, so that's not football, that's rugby. That's the most hand egg you can get. Yeah. Yep. It's what's the difference? What? Basically, you run the ball like this. You go. So you hold the ball, you run with your hand out, and you like knock people over to try and get to the end. And that's how you score. Can I time out Mike and Hill? Can you? But you can. The question is, should you? Or are you allowed? Yeah. Like, can and should do not go hand in hand, okay? So we're drawing the mesh. Then it's got a matrix transform. Oh, what about draw mesh instanced? No, because that also takes const matrix transforms. Transform. Sphere transform. So we need translation, rotation, and scale. So we can go... Sphere position. Rotation. So I think I want you to be 1.0f. And scale. We do that. I completely forgot to add that on there. What's this complaining about? See the sword next to my name? It's Dragon Skibby. It has the highest attack slash stat than your white dagger. Come at me. How we doing, Mike? How's things? Let's see, we've got 22,000 left. Once we hit that goal, if we hit that goal before Sunday, which we will, I'll do a 24-hour stream on Sunday. You're late, Mike. Absolutely late. Okay, so if we have that, this also needs sphere transform. I know. Sphere mats. But does that want a reference? No. Sphere mat. Sphere transform. Matrix transform. So I'm assuming the first three are their position X, Y, Z. No, that wouldn't work. Because we generate the mesh. Got my first weekly badge. Nice. Thanks for contributing, Mike. Mike and Hill. I'm out drinking on the second. Alcohol's bad for you, okay? How did I accidentally start a call with Cavino? The fuck? You're losing money. So you're like, I need to call someone. I don't know about this. 4x4 components. Column major, open gel style, right-handed. I don't know. I don't know what to do about creating mesh. So, sorry, about creating the material. So let's have a look at some examples. Okay. I'll call the gambling helpline to ask red or black. Gambling helpline, how can I help you? Yeah, what are the lotto numbers this week? Excuse me? You're the helpline, right? You can help me. You can help me win. Right? That's how it works. I don't know how many people they get to that. Probably more than you would think. Probably a lot more than you would think. There's a textured cube. Draw cube texture, draw cube rec. Draw cube texture rec. I need to give it a material that has a shader. Bone socket, basic voxel. Rotating cube, decals. Mesh generation, so we load model from mesh. But it's not creating a material. Just doing models, materials, maps. That's because it's loading a... How many people use the Gambler's Helpline numbers as their lotto numbers? 243.8. Yep. 080880200133. UK one has too many 8s. I mean, maybe it's a sign. Maybe you got to put like $20. Maybe you have to put $88 on number 8. You know? You can WhatsApp them as well. Oof. Jeepers. So the problem with this is we're not. I wonder what happens if I put it on. If I put that there. So we're not giving it a position. That's the problem. Like the transform is empty. The transform is a 4x4 matrix. Should I hit or stand? I don't think that's the correct terminology. I'm pretty sure it's hit or stay. But, I mean, maybe it's changed since I last played it. Matrix second row. It's hit or stand. I'm pretty sure it's hit or stay. Blackjack. Blackjack. Stay or stand? Blackjack.com.au. When to hit and when to stay. Is it stay or stand in blackjack? Nothing's giving me an answer. I think it's interchangeable. I think it's interchangeable, and it just depends on where you are in the world. Yeah. $901 for Scotland to win this match. That's because there's 14 minutes left and they have to get 4 goals to win. If that happens and you have $100 on Scotland to win, you deserve the 90,000. Might occasionally hear people say stay in casual conversation, and dealers will understand what they mean, but stand is the official blackjack term used in casinos and rule books. Now you see, everywhere in Australia you go, I hear stay. Even in movies. Even in movies you'll hear them say stay. One prime example of that is Austin Powers, when he like goes into the cinema and he's like, "I'll stay. I also like to live dangerously." So he says stay, and he's British. So, do you prefer access as unique name or export variable? It depends on what I'm using it for. So I will use export if I need access to that thing straight away. But if I don't need access to it within the ready, then I'll just use it as a unique name. Yeah, and I'll probably set up like an on ready for it or something. But if it's in the route, then I generally don't see any need to use it. Yeah. So Morocco just scored, so what? It's now 3-3. Come on, Haiti. Come on. You got plenty of time to get another goal. I need Scotland to have one more match. I mean, you don't need Scotland to have one more match. Come on. Be serious. Raylib, create material. I wonder if using Ray Math will... So if we use Ray Math... Not confirmed, but I recall hearing that American football used to be much closer to rugby, but it never had a... But it had a relatively high fatality rate, so rules were revised to replace the scrum. I could see that. I could see that. And so how you doing, Captain? Okay, so this is literally just the mesh. What about model? No. Load model from mesh. Ooh. What if we do that? Load model from mesh. Sphere mesh. And we go sphere model, mesh material. Is going to be mesh material number. Okay. Materials. That's current pose. Material counts. So if I want to give this a material. Actually, if I don't give it a material. What if I don't give it a material and I make this blue? I view as black. I'll actually change you back to... Change you to red. We have our sphere mesh, but I won't do that. We'll go... Draw model. Sphere model. Sphere position. Scale. And the color can be... Okay, so I can actually set you to red. I can keep you as Ray white. Get rid of that too. But there's no... There's no shader. There's no shader being assigned to that. So we do need the sphere model, materials, what maps arms data. Like, I can't just do that because there's nothing on it. I mean, we can see what happens if I do that, but I'm fairly sure it's gonna crash. Well, it didn't crash, and it still drew the sphere, but there's no light. And that's because it failed to open the... Yeah. That's why. Because I have this as basis instead of basic. Okay. So that does look like a lighter color. Oh, 4-2 to Morocco. Damn. Yep, Morocco's won that. Sorry to say. Sorry to say. So that does have light on it, but there's no shadow or anything. I think lighting is going to be the big thing. Lighting is going to be a huge thing for this project. If I want to make something. Yeah. No scholar, no party. I mean, they still haven't scored, so... Yeah. Okay, so... That's not going to work either for our use case. So how can I create unidirectional light? I feel like the best thing We go through here. Because there's that does top-down lights. It's not really what we want. Why does light have to be so complicated? Because that's rain marching, so that's not going to do anything. This one does basic lighting, but it requires this R lights implementation. We don't have R lights. And this doesn't say where to get R lights from. Because there's no R lights under here. There's no R light under here. It's RLGL, but that's it. Why? Because this solar system doesn't have any light. That's just some spheres that are moving around each other. Red directional lights. There's this R lights. Simple implementation of a lighting system for Raylib. Basic example of how to set it up. Okay. RLG. Okay, use light, set light type, omni light, omni position. Shadow rendering for omnidirectional lights in their current implementation requires support for depth cube maps, a feature not yet supported by Raylib RLGL. Therefore, this repository includes GLAD headers, which will be used by default if you have not defined GL header or including that. You also have the option to define an optional second header with GLX header for necessary extensions if needed. Okay, so I wonder if we just use this. Let's have a look at this. Ads again. Is anyone ready for words? Jesus Christ. There's a lot in there. I'm not ready for the ads. Well, the ads are ready for you, Sammy. So let's take a quick break, do some words, and then we'll try to get the RL light, the R lights stuff set up, and we'll try to get that working with everything. Let's hit it. Beer. Beaver? And you said you weren't ready, Sammy. Ah, you were all ready for that, Beaver. Via. Yeah. Bear and bear. Brave. We're crushing it, Sammy. Just us. Yeah, I can't find anything either. Ava. There we go. Yay. Woot woot. Crushed it. 2 levels. Alright, Sammy, let's do it. Let's get further. We're gonna ace this one. Cokes. You should be able to get the big word. Nah. Never. Never, ever, ever, ever. Never in a bajillion years. Oh. There's a reason why I didn't take the big word. Nah, you've got it. You've got it. You need it. Jeez, that took a while to come through, didn't it? Oh, damn. Whatever that is. C-I... No, not C-I-K-E. Never mind. Well, almost perfect. It was a good attempt. It was a very good attempt. Just... yeah. We'll continue it after. Let's see. Source... car lights. Let's put all this in here. $48K hot sauce. You missed it earlier, Tricky. I had to do 135,000K hot sauce. $48, not $35. I did not. I am still here. Alright. Thank you very much, Tricky. Okay. They get the glad.h. Wow. That's really getting stuck on the tonsils. Oh. Okay, so we need the external. Glad.h. To be brought over into... $50 stream streak. Goodness gracious me. That is insane. That is so much. I don't know how you do it. Okay, so now I can get rid of this stuff. Get rid of this stuff too. And we'll get rid of that. Inspirator, how you doing? What's the record? I know Sammy is currently on 280, and I think Dex and Gamer are on like 400 at this point. Unless Twitch screwed up and reset their streaks. So, you know, big. Yeah. I still have some decency. Well, that's a lie. Be honest. Come on. I do stalk him all the time. Yep. Yep. A lot of people do. A lot of people. What can I say? I'm very stalkable. Yeah. I didn't ask for this. It's just how I am. So what type? Omnilights. Zero. Let's position. Camera position. I'm good with that. I'm happy with that for now. I mean, no function for call RLG. Create context. Hydrate. Okay, so that doesn't take about. Okay. Camera position. Let's hydrate. Think your Camino streaks at like 170? Yeah. I can see that. I can't keep a Camino streak. I just can't keep a Camino streak. Did you see the new series, The Burrows? Nope. I ain't seen a lot of new stuff. Unfortunately. Like, I'd like to. So we've already got the use flight. We've already got that stuff set up. We've got the load. We've got the model being loaded. I don't really care about the camera. RLG set view position. RLG set view position, camera position. Then this is RLG draw model. And then we need unload model, sphere model, and RLG destroy the so we got to destroy the context, which is the RLG context. Let's see if that has any sort of lighting. Any sort of lighting that we want, at least. Nope. Completely broken. Okay, failed to compile fragment shader. Illegal use of reserved word active. Huh. Interesting. I'm not seeing active used as a keyword anywhere. I wonder if it's complaining about that. I wonder if active is not working out correctly. I don't watch new stuff anymore. I have too many hobbies, and watching TV has fallen off a huge amount. Yeah, same here. Same here. Usually when I put something on, it's just like background noise of something that I've already seen before. Because if it's something that I haven't seen before, then I'm going to get distracted. Yeah. Where does it... What's it complaining? Fragment shader 218. There's no shader stuff being created. Begin drawing, clear the background, begin the 3D mode. Create the sphere, like we draw the sphere. Draw the cube as the ground. Draw the grid. Then we end 3D mode and then drawing. Omni light and light position. Why? Something tells me this is not gonna work for what I need it to do. Something tells me R light doesn't work. Find something in this. Let's have a look. Movement manager. What's right? Collision detection. I don't know if that game has lighting. Yeah, I'm not sure that game has lighting. Because Raylib by default doesn't have lights. Like, the issue here is that using this R lights implementation has errors with it. Okay. That's the same thing as the other one. I don't think I'm going to be able to figure out lighting. It's like this basic lighting. That also uses R lights, but we've just used R lights, and R lights gives us an error. Yeah, this isn't looking good. It's not looking good. Three Prime. G'day, you gidunts. How yous doing? Raiding a channel. Damn right. You know it. Thanks for the raid, much appreciated. What were yous up to? Give us the deets. I'm trying to figure out how to get lights and shadows into this very basic Raylib setup that we have. As you can see, we've got our Jolt physics and whatnot. If we get this, we have our ball that bounces on the ground and has like some rolling. going with it. But it just looks like a circle moving on the screen. So we need to get some like lighting to give it depth. Yeah. I knew lights would be the worst part of this. I knew it would be the hardest part. I just knew it. Showing my submission and reviewing games from the good old Wild Jam. Oh, nice. Nice. How'd you go with the Wild Jam? Did you get everything you wanted done? Done. Just to finish off the suspense. Raylib doesn't support shadows itself. If you want shadows, you need to use some shadowing technique through drawing and shaders to get there. Won't open GL shadow mapping. This does not tell you how to make shadows in Raylib. It tells you how shadow mapping works as a concept and provides code based on the assumptions and design decisions made through the rest of this articles. You'll need to translate what it does to Raylib's abstractions for shaders cameras. Here's an example Raylib project that does simple shadow mapping. Pretty fun. It was my first actual game. It was my first actual jam in Godot game, so not perfect, but learned a lot. Hey, that's the point. That is the point. Software engineer, not a game dev. So great experience altogether. Yeah, that's fair. I too was software engineer and then went, nah, sick of all this. And now here I am. Here I am doing random Raylib Jolt physics stuff. So we've got shadow mapping. So yeah, this alone would be like 5 days of work, I think. Just to get something from... Just get something from this. Do want to try doing Raylib stuff someday. I definitely like recommend trying to do like 2D stuff in Raylib. Definitely recommend trying to do that. 3D stuff is a lot more difficult. Primarily, as I'm finding out, because of the lighting. You'd have to set up this, like all this lighting stuff here. You would have to figure out how it sets up for Raylib and how to get it working. That's a lot though. Is SDL any better? No idea. I've never tried SDL3, but I don't like, again, SDL's probably not doing anything in terms of lighting. Like, if you want to set up lighting for your game, you would need to set up this type of shader stuff. All of the lighting is going to be shader-based stuff. So, you need to, yeah, I'd need to learn how to do the depth mapping and stuff like that. I remember doing a triangle with different colors once. Nice. You have to do the same in mono game? Yeah, and I think it's the same in default as well. Like, you have a look at, because I remember when I was using default, there was no light object that you could implement. Like, and every time I tried to look into how to set up a light, they were like, oh yeah, so you use this third party thing. It's like, no. Yeah, see. It's got like all this extra stuff that you set up for it. So they don't actually have a light. Yeah. Alright. See, it shows the result of absence of light due to occlusion. A light source. Light rays do not hit an object because it gets occluded by some other object. The object is in shadow. There's a great deal of realism to what's seen. Make it easy for viewers. So what the first thing we need to do is lighting. Lighting's the first thing we need to do. There's like gamma correction. Imaging. Perceived light brightness. Physical linear brightness. Top one looks like the correct brightness scale to the human eye, doubling the brightness from 0.1 to 0.2, for example. Does indeed look like it's twice as bright with nice consistent differences. However, we're talking about the physical brightness of light amounts. Light amount of photons leaving the light source. Bottom scale actually displays the correct brightness. At the bottom scale, doubling the brightness returns the correct physical brightness. But our eyes perceive brightness differently, more susceptible to changes in dark colors. It looks weird. Yep. They got like that gamma correction there. There's non-linear mapping in monitors. Does not have blah blah blah. Dotted line represents color light values in linear space. We double the color in linear space, it results. Its result is indeed double the value, for instance. Yep. Assumed working in linear space. We're working monitors output space. Okay. Without gamma correction. With gamma correction, that looks so much better. So much better. Okay. So all of this is well and good. This needs to enable super fancy lighting in linear space by gamma correction. A lighting scene. In the upcoming chapters, we're creating interesting visuals by simulating real-world lighting, making up extensive use of colors. Since now we'll be using light sources, we want to display them as visual objects in the scene, and to add at least one object to simulate the lighting from. First thing we need is an object to cast the light on. We'll use the infamous container cube from previous chapters. Okay. So is this just C++ code? I believe it is. So, if in here, let's see, let's go. Okay. No, that's shader. That's shader. Vert.glsl. Okay. That's just some information. It's not actually doing anything. So we have layout location 0 in vec3a pos. No idea what that does. We need a uniform matrix 4. A uniform matrix 4 view. And also the projection. And then for main, your GL position is the projection multiplied by the view multiplied by the model multiplied by vec4 a pos 1.0. Okay. So that's a vertex shader to draw a container. Vertex positions of the container remain the same. So we're not using... No, that's correct. That's fine. Because it's taking a model. Make sure to update vertex data and attribute points to match the new vertex shader. If you want, you can actually keep the texture data and attribute points as active. We're just not using them right now. We're also going to render a light source cube. We want to generate new VAOs specifically for the light source. We could render the light source with the same VAO and then do a few light transformations on the model matrix. But in the upcoming chapters, we'll be changing the vertex data and attribute pointers of the container object quite often, so we don't want to change these to propagate to the light source object. We only care about the light cube's vertex positions. Right. Is this going to render everything? Like, so these here are created from the shader. Object color and light color. That's not going to work. Maybe I can't do a 3D game. Maybe I can't do a 3D game in Raylib with Jolt. Maybe I just need to stick to 2D, like a flat 2D game. Now we create both the container and light source cube. One thing we have to do. So that's the light source, that's the container, I assume. But it's not using a material attached to a mesh to receive the light. And that's the thing. This can be a roadblock or a turn off, especially for those sold on Raylib as something that it's not. Raylib is a library for game programming, correct. The nature of that includes modules for math, audio, blah, 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 blah. I'd argue it's better than jumping straight to GeoFW, getting one shot by an overload of information on won'topenGL.com, and dropping the project right after Hello Triangle. Shadows, Shrimply. Adding shadows to Raylib requires some understanding of how shaders work in 3D graphics. Almost anywhere you read about this, you will read, render the scene from the perspective of the light, and get kind of lost in the rest. At least that's what happened to me. Skill issue? Yes, it is 100% a skill issue on both of our parts. Realistically, however, there are two parts, creating a shadow map, yep, and sampling a shadow map, okay. So, create a render target, frame buffer, texture, surface for the shadow map. Set your camera to the position of the light source. Render the scene. The final depth buffer represents the shadow casting, occluding objects. Sampling the shadow map. In 3D graphics, there's no such thing as a camera. What you get are model or world view and projection matrices, which are 4x4 transformation matrices that perform ventilation, rotation, and scaling. The model matrix will place the model in the world. Okay, yep. Frame buffers. That's for texture stuff by the looks of it. Biggest part of shadow map is the texture itself. You'll be using the depth component of a render texture 2D in Raylib, but by default the render texture 2D you get from load render texture has a depth buffer that is not recognized as a texture by OpenGL and cannot be sampled like a shader like one. For this you'll have to write your own version of load render texture using a texture as a depth buffer. You can also write to the color buffer. Okay. And then this is them writing their own render texture. Now, load render texture. RLGL is where Raylib shines, in my opinion. You get the tools to do basic graphics with Raylib Core, and from there, RLGL functions integrate quite nicely for different behaviors. RLGL and OpenGL are almost analog, so the more you use it, the more you understand what OpenGL is doing. For shadows, you'll want a view matrix that points from the direction of the light to the position of the player, with orthographic projection corresponding to the size of the shadow map texture. Raylib makes this easy by giving you functions to create those matrices from simple position vectors. Okay. You also want to update the position and target of camera light each frame so that it follows the player around. And the areas that cast shadows are localized around the camera. Not doing this will mean you are either A, rendering the entire scene at very low resolution on the shadow map, or B, you have an impossibly large shadow map. Additionally, you can calculate central points within a view frustum to more visible space. So more visible space is shadowed, which is also useful for cascades. So that's doing the matrix multiply, matrix projection. Okay, and this is sampling the shadow map. That's the shader. So what is... What is this? It says the function can be set up like this, but what is that function? BZFBO load. That's something that's called down here. I'm not seeing anything about that being used here at all. So I don't see this getting used in eSpot, this function here. So if that's not being called anywhere, what's the point of it? Is it something internal to Raylib that's being called? It's like, does RLGL call this function? But I'm not overriding this function. Unless it's a virtual function. It can't be a virtual function. Rid of that. I'm gonna see. Render texture 2D. There's nothing. That loads the frame buffer. Is this inside the shader? I don't think so. So now that doesn't understand what RL is. What up, Duck? How you doing? That's not found. All of the data for shadow maps and stuff is just gone. Just like all of the examples I find that set up shadow maps and stuff just no longer exist. So I don't know where to get this RL frame buffer from. That won't help. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get any sort of lighting set up. I just don't think I can. I just don't understand it enough. And I can't find anything that really explains in a way that I understand how to set up a shadow map and how to use it in Raylib. Shadow mapping with Raylib as source. Libs. Okay. Shaders. Okay, vertex shader, fragment shader. This is years ago though. That's the vertex shader. There's the fragment shader, fragment depth. See, that looks a lot... Okay, there it is. There's the extra stuff. That's geometry vertex, and this is geometry fragment. And this is depth. Okay. So you get those shaders. And in here so you've got the engine op, you've got the options, which is just like basic stuff that we've already got set up. Yeah, the camera. You init the camera. And the caster. You load the shadow map. And then you load the... So you create the shader. The shader model. The main model. So that loads them from mesh. And we generate the plane and the knot. Yep. Okay. Render shadow scene. Okay. Like, this looks a lot easier. So after it creates those, so it sets up the shader model. Yeah, shader depth. Do that with the shadow map. Have the camera. And shadow map is always going to be custom to this, right? Yes. So shadow map is something custom that's created. And probably created inside like graphics or engine core. There's camera begin. Okay, RLGL. Ah, so importing RLGL would have helped us with the other one. Right. So all of this stuff here, the RL matrix, the RL load identity, all of that stuff comes from the RLGL header. Okay. Okay. That makes some sense to me now. Oh my god. There is so much that goes into just doing the shadow. Banny Slam, thanks for contributing. Much appreciated. How much are we on now? 17,500 left. Alright. I think I'm going to have to spend a fair bit of time on this off stream if I want to get it to a point where we can have shadows. Well, I do want to do this once a week. Like, I want to spend one stream a week doing this, trying to get this set up and whatnot. So we might need to learn a ton of OpenGL, or RLGL stuff in order to create the different shadow maps and whatnot. Soon. It'll probably be Sunday. So 24-hour stream will probably be Sunday. So that's the best we can get at the moment. No lighting, no nothing. No important streams on Sundays, you should take over. I mean, I always stream Sundays anyway, so... Alright. Well, instead of continuing with that, what I'm going to do... I want to start investigating... What are we going to do? What are we going to use for our next main game? That's the big question. I don't really want to use O3DE. I've got a side project which is still going to be done in Godot. What is Flax? I want to actually code the game in C++ though. So I think Ogre 3D is in the same boat as Raylib. I don't think it has anything specifically around like lighting and stuff like that. Maybe they do. Creating the viewport, building the scene. We have ads coming in, using shadows. Scene manager, set ambient light color. Shadow technique. Okay. Light type, so you can... Okay, so it does have lights. Okay. So maybe we can use Ogre with Jolt physics. Maybe we can do that. Since Jolt will add the physics, Ogre will handle the rendering and the lighting and the entity stuff and whatnot. And we just basically do the code for it all. Alright. Let's keep going with our words. Hopefully, we can absolutely smash it I wonder if Sammy's going to be here for words. Clear? Jesus Christ, that took its time to register, didn't it? What? I was helping my wounded cat. I like how you say wounded, even though you're the one that took it in for surgery. You literally just did recall, Sammy. What are you doing? You'd already been credited for recall, okay? A lacer. Oh, of course. Duh. You could try Carl. CLAR. Who took Carl? You took Carl. It was you. Level 9. Coming up. Words on stream is having a little bit of a delay. Usually it doesn't take names, I thought. Unless the name means something else. Well, parade was the big word, apparently. N is fake. N is fake. Listen, I'm tired. Sure, that's everyone's excuse. Yeah. No. N's fake. N's fake. N's fake. I know you want to use it, Sammy. Alright? You can't. You're not allowed. Alright. Level 10 it is. We keep going until we break. Color me white. Rim. Okay. So one of the E's or the R is fake. No, one of the E's or the P is fake. And we can test this by going ripe. Okay. If I go grip, So P is fake. Yeah, P is fake. P is fake. REME. Regime. Well, I tried. What were the rest of you doing? Jeez. No. The game doesn't hate you. No. Knock that off. Knock that off. Guide to building Ogre. Ogre uses CMake as its build system on all supported platforms. This guide will explain to you how to use CMake to build Ogre from source. You need to make a CMake version. Let me see here. Deciding next games. Engine. That's what we're doing. Let's update the stream title so that people know. So, here's what I'm thinking. So I think in those, I think we test those out and see what they're like. Do we want to try O3DE? Is that something we want to do? So that got 1 rating and it's all 5 stars. 14 ratings, all 5 stars. 5 ratings, all 5 stars. So clearly it's not really working. What's Dove Runner? This is like, yep. I see what that is. Yep. I don't really care about that stuff. It's completely free. I'm pretty sure it gives you all this stuff. I'm pretty sure you can deploy for like Linux and Windows on O3DE. Online support, business hours, online support, training docs, Linux Foundation, Game development does 3D. Animation, drag and drop, IT asset management, virtual reality. It has physics. That's not really a good comparison. It's not really a good comparison. Let's see if there's any games that have been made in O3D. That's an example. Robotic arm, robotic warehouse simulation, robotic simulation, material maker, multiplayer sample game, first person controller, stealth, paper kid, terrain water. So nothing has really been made in O3DE. Maybe O3DE. The biggest issue I had with O3DE was the documentation. The documentation was not good when I tried to use it like a year and a half ago. This was not good at all. Q Framework's a framework for making 2D games. Utano is for Game Boy Advance. Core Engine coding framework. Last updated over a year ago. That's the other thing you gotta keep an eye on with all of this stuff. Like, is the engine getting updates? Yeah. September 2025. This here, if we go into docs, see, look at this. There is no documentation for lighting, or for shaders, or for audio. Or physics. Or collision. No documentation for the C interface. Yeah, no. No. Not talk. So we can always do that too. So we can try Unreal Engine, Ogre 3D, and O3DE. And see how each of them feel. Basically create a scene, blank scene that just has like flat ground with collision, has lights, and two balls that like get thrown in from the side and like collide with each other. See how we go with that, see how it feels to make that. And then once we've done that in each of the engines, we then decide what we want to do from that point on. So if we go Ogre 3D, Jolt Physics, I think we would just set it up the same way. Hang on. Learning resources, Ogre tutorials. Preparing the build environment. Optional dependencies, the Vulcan SDK. Wayland. Bullet. Does it use board physics? It does use board physics by default, okay. I'm not sure that's something I would need. And this is building Ogre. This is to build Ogre. It's in extra. If I go... Oh, hang on. Let's have a look at this first. So it is Ogre 3D. Last updated. And it has bullet by default. So if I went this way, I would be using bullet physics with Ogre. Introduction to the shadow mapping algorithm. I think even Ogre might be too much. Especially if we have to do our own shadow map code. Might have to do a lot of I might have to do a lot of OpenGL learning before we get into the likes of Raylib and Ogre. Creating an image from the perspective of the camera, the white snapshot is used to determine visibility. Parts of the scene seen by both the light and the camera must be lit. but the light in question. Parts of the scene visible only to the camera must be shadowed. We do not care about parts of the scene only seen by the light. Okay. Yeah. Like, it made it seem so simple under here. So that creates the light. Compile and run the application. So none of this talks about shadow mapping. So I assume I don't need to do anything in terms of shadows. I assume. I could be very, very incorrect there. And it could be that any model I create and import in needs to have some sort of custom shadow mapping thing added to it. But I don't see anything in here that's doing that for the ninja. There's kind of like set up the ninja. And go, yep. That's good. Different light types. Point, directional spot, and rectangle. Nice. Nice. The 4 types that I wanted to see. We love our rectangle area lights. We love them. They're amazing. Okay, so what I could do, I can get Ogre 3D installed. I can get O3DE installed. But does O3DE has physics, right? Ow. I'm pretty sure it's just available. Okay, so it's available under a bin. So yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. I've always been cautious about installing things from the AUR, and the recent supply chain attacks in the AUR have just validated my reason for that. So if I can avoid installing anything, then I will. Where's the download page? I feel like if a game takes place in one level, then export is pretty straightforward. Export can add to the load time though. So you want to be careful with that. You don't want to have everything under... Yeah, like you don't want to have everything as a... I can compile myself. You don't want to have everything as an export. And there's also the on ready. So don't forget you've got the on ready keyboard. You can access things by unique name. And you can also split stuff out into sub scenes that all handle their own ready logic and stuff like that. So you don't have to worry about referencing something four layers deep just to set up some data on it. Yeah. Starting with O3D, that CMake is bundled. Do not need to manually do it. Primary release distribution, that is Ubuntu. Following instructions describe how to retrieve the and install the software package through Ubuntu's command line app. Don't want to do that. I might cross off that. Okay, so this is in extra, which means I don't have to go through OR, which means like I don't have to go through like this thing. Like I don't have to go through all this stuff. Yeah. Because all of this stuff is the stuff that gets you. All the stuff under here, inside the core and the extra, is generally okay. Now, what version is Ogre on? Just to confirm. Because this is 14.5. Yeah, Ogre 14.5. Cool. Bought WebXAW and Ogre. So if we do that, there we go. Setting up an Ogre project. Recommend that using your project. Well, all you need to do is add the following lines to your project. Yep. How are we setting up the project? So before you tell me what I need to add to the project, I need to know what I'm setting up first. Like set up an ogre project. All you need is to add the following lines to your project. Setting up an ogre project. We haven't set up the project yet, and you're telling me to add the following lines to my project. But I'm assuming this is inside a CMake configuration. For inspecting the detected ogre installation, following CMake variables are available. Okay. Application skeleton. The easiest way to get started is the ogre bytes component. It handles ogre startup teardown. Input using SDL2. Okay, so this would be in my main. Like, what is this? So ogre's installed, but it doesn't do anything. Like, it's installed, but how do we... Uses CMake as its build system, yep. These settings already include any third-party libraries the component depends on. Use ogre libraries to link against all available components. Build ogre statically. You also need find package. They use third-party libraries. If you installed ogre in a non-standard path, you have to set ogre directory. Okay. So if we go to documents, projects, we go ogre make directory ogre test, and we pop into that. We go nvim just like make.cmake. Find package. Ogre write required components bytes config. Add executable. Bootstrap C++. Now, we don't have that file. Like, what is that file? Target link libraries. I assume that's correct. Because that's all it's told me to do. Now if we have a main C++, we go include ogre. Get that. We'll do a void. We'll do a int main void. Using namespace. Ogre bytes? No. This documentation is missing steps. Main class is ogre bytes application context. But where are we getting that from? I'm sure we need that, but we need something else. Like, something's missing. Okay, so ogre bytes is optional. But is used in here as the easiest way to get started. But this doesn't... I'm already not liking ogre. It's already... It's assuming a lot. It's assuming that a lot of stuff has already been configured inside the setting up an ogre project. Which I would assume that's where stuff would be. Are you gonna make your own game engine? God, no. Fuck that. Can't hear me? Refresh your page. Which has a problem. Yeah. Twitch has a problem occasionally. Find the full code for the above example. Add samples, tutorials, bootstrap. Okay. Okay, so let's get into there. Let's go Ogre GitHub. Samples. Simple, no. Or was it? Samples, tutorials. Bootstrap.
I like how you gave him the solution to his problem of not hearing you by speaking it verbally.
Yep,
I know you can't hear me, but do what I'm telling you with syllables coming from my mouth.
yep. That's exactly right. It's already not making sense. Alright. If Ogre's going to be that bad for just an initial setup of stuff, then I'm not bothering. That's all there is to it. Not bothering. Scratch that. Alright, I guess that determines what we're going to be doing tonight. So precompiled installed builds as well as source code builds. So I'd be fine with that. Choose precompiled build, follows these steps. Run that from the terminal, watch the engine. Okay. Okay. So it should be simple enough to set up. Qualcomm rendering hardware interface used on Linux is not friendly to low amounts of VRAM compared with other backends. We strongly recommend using dedicated GPU with high amounts of VRAM. Okay, I can do that. So I'm going to be using NeoVim, so I'll need to get NeoVim configured to do that. This is the main issue I have. There's like 60 gig of space. That's the main issue I have with Unreal Engine. Alright. We'll test this out tonight. we'll test this out tonight. Because it's all contained within a zip file, I should be able to just pop it inside my .local opt. And go from there. But yeah, I'll see. Is it true that there are spiders in trees? Yes. Yes, it is. In fact, Australia has parachute spiders. Yeah. There's also what? Ballooning. So there's that kind of thing. But it's just like look at that. Look at that. That's all cobweb. That's all cobweb. Yeah. That's all cobweb. All of it. It's cobweb. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Are they deadly? No. No, they're not. They're just annoying as crap. Basically there's like a colony of them that like end up making this really large web structure, and then the wind picks it up and it gets like carried with the wind, and then it lands somewhere else, which is why they're like parachuting or ballooning spiders. All right. So tonight we're going to test out UE5 again. The last time we tested UE5 on Linux was like a year and a half ago. Okay. I'm going to test it out again, see what happens. See if we can get the code auto completion LSP stuff and whatnot working with NeoVim. Depending on how painful everything is, I may continue with UE5 for the next main project. But if it's like pulling teeth like it was with Ogre just then, I'm not going to bother. So we shall tinker. We shall use this pre-built version and try to get our development environment set up with NeoVim so that we have LSP and whatnot. And go from there. Trying to develop C++, you need to start the Clang toolchain and an IDE to work with Unreal Engine. While we don't require specific IDE, we recommend using Visual Studio Code or Writer. The section provides instructions, Visual Studio Code, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I would need to... I'm sure someone's got like Unreal Engine, NeoVim. So yeah, it looks like there's a way to set it up. I don't know if you have any Unreal Engine questions. How can I get it running with NeoVim? Okay, make sure you install the Clang support, yep. Never heard of it. There's a plugin for it on GitHub. That's 5.4 though. So that's just pointing to the engine directory though. So I could obviously change that. Can't run with debugger attached at the moment, that's fine. Builds the project, runs the project, does not build it even if the source is out of date. Generates the compile commands. Honestly, like gaming with Unreal Engine, can I create a empty project yet? Is it possible to create an empty project? And I don't mean... Now, when you say yes, is the project actually empty? Because the last time I used Unreal Engine, I created an empty project and it gave me a ton of landscape and shit. I was like, no, that's not an empty project. It was very frustrating. C++. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be happy about stuff. Yeah. Default landscape that opens up in UE5 isn't part of the project. Just default engine level until you save it. What? So you save it and then it disappears? Because that was one of the things that turned me off using it last time before I even got to the IDE side of things. It was like create a project that had like a bunch of landscape and stuff. And I'd be like, how do I delete this? File new to open a truly blank level. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna test that out tonight. Hopefully, like I believe you. Sure, it takes its time to make a new empty project. Then again, my gaming room's a bit old. Yeah, I'm gonna get all of that set up over the next couple of hours. So like I'm gonna get it downloaded and install, like downloaded, put where I need it to be put, and then tonight we'll be able to just start with like creating a new empty project, getting the IDE set up, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we'll do tonight. Now it's compiling shaders. 6,000 to go. Yeah, that's the other thing that I hate. Honestly, honestly, that the thought of that is turning me off it as well. I mean, I don't need Unreal Engine to compile a shit ton of shaders when I haven't even put anything into the game yet. What shaders is it compiling? It's not compiling shaders for my game. You know what I mean? Engine shaders for things like default materials, sky, etc. But it's an empty project. I haven't put those things in. Like, I would understand if I put those things onto, like, if I used a material or something and it goes, yep, cool, we'll compile that. You're using it, we'll compile it. Not, hey, here's 6,000 things that you might use. Where I compile all of it now for you. Like, really? Really? That's what you're gonna do? Yeah. We'll see how it goes tonight. So, I'll be back in 5 hours. We will get all this stuff set up. Like, I'm going to get Unreal Engine set up over the next few. Get it downloaded. Get it opening. All that kind of stuff. And yeah, tonight we'll get the hopefully get the IDE stuff set up tonight and stuff like that. Current version's 5.7.4, yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. If by the end of tonight's stream we do not have NeoVim set up to work with Unreal Engine and an empty project, I'm not going to bother. So we'll see how it goes. We shall see how it goes. Alright, I will see you all in 5 hours' time, alright? We've learned a lot about Raylib and other engines and stuff so far. Things that I'm steering clear of for the time being until I have more knowledge about shaders. Alright, so I'll see you soon. Toodles, gidunts.